They said voice activity because Parsec is bad about that stuff. So hello everyone in both channels. Hi, hello. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
I was
indeed.
typing in my chat and then I was like,
Oh.
hang on, they can hear me talk.
I can actually just talk. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah.
I put a heart emote, but it came up as a monkey. I thought
That's
it was
not the
going to be
same.
a purple heart.
Oh. There's this setting where you can like decide what type of emotes you have in like when you chat. I think there's like robots and monkeys. And
Robots
I think maybe
and monkeys and whiskers
some
and kittens.
Yeah. I think there's robots, monkeys, and nothing. I think robots is default. When you see people smiling or whatever. Of course, these days people barely smile with a normal smile. They smile with like a sub-emote smile.
Fancy,
so
yeah.
yeah. Like Ruth smile. There's no Ruth smile, but like it could be. It could be Ruth smile.
I was thinking, I don't have a shocked emote, I don't think.
Yeah.
I was thinking like, because I went to use one last night and I was like, oh, I don't really have one that's like, oh.
Yeah.
I have ones that are like, no, but not.
I have no, but not. Yeah. I needed to use a sad emote today, and when I typed in for the autocomplete, the best one that came up was Briony sad, so I used the sad emote one.
Oh, actually, I have panic. I have Briony panic.
There you go.
My audio is out of sync. It does this every time. I have the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Where every time I load up the stream, I don't know whether it's going to be in sync or not, and I change it between 0, 400, and 734, and one of those is always right.
Really?
But you never know which one it's going to be, and I've had to change it.
734 specifically.
That was just Cosmic was like 734, and I was like, okay.
Okay.
See, I changed it from 734 to 400, and apparently now it's fixed.
Wow.
I don't know why it happens. It's so confusing.
I gotta say, like, that's usually not a problem I have.
I never had it until like 3 weeks ago or something.
I always blame your weird setup anyway. That's my go-to thing to blame. Well, I can. This is a talkie game, so I can move my camera closer to. I mean, not camera, but my microphone closer, so we get like voices like this. It's much better. Yeah.
Podcast voice.
Podcast voice, exactly. This can be a little bit so, because otherwise, if I'm playing a bunch of stuff, I don't really want the mic arm just in front of my face, so I have it like a little bit to the side.
Yeah.
But you know, for visual novels, I think this works pretty well. And plus, people get podcast Rithian. Or before the podcast, we have made zero progress on the podcast since last week. We have been lazy, but you know, it's hopefully coming soon. Eventually, just one of us, I guess, has to do it. You know, figure out, get it started. Basically, we'll figure it out. But today is Ace Attorney. It's lawyer time. Do you remember what happened last case or last thing?
Someone, remember me, was accused of murdering
Giselle Brett. Yeah.
In a hut on a beach.
Yes. And Susato is going undercover as basically Ryunosuke's cousin Roitaro. And is being lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like it so far. We're gonna play it. That's what we're gonna do.
Apparently, wait, is my audio still being crackly or is it behaving?
For me, you sound fine, but then again, that's me. So I'm gonna have a drink of my hot chocolate now.
Nice. I thought I'd fixed this. I kept on having a crackle problem. Don't choke on your hot chocolate.
No, I drank too much in one go.
No, no.
But I am okay.
How did I fix this before?
Tech issues.
Tech issues.
Something that everyone has to deal with. Yeah, it's the best.
I love them.
Don't you just love tech issues?
Okay, is that any better, or am I still crackly? The worst one is intermittent tech issues, because those are the ones that are so difficult to solve.
Because if it happens all the time, right, you fix it. But if it happens sometimes, you don't know when you fix it if it's gone or not.
Yeah.
The thing that drove me crazy was about my last computer. Sometimes it just restarted. And sometimes it was once a day. Sometimes it happened like once a week, right?
Yeah.
So after restarts, I try to change something. Like, maybe it's this, maybe I should do this. Maybe it's fixed, I don't know. And it goes a day and, okay, it hasn't crashed yet. I think it's good. Next day crashes and like, no. And then I continue.
It's like
I think it's okay.
Like when you've had the hiccups and you don't know if they're gone yet, and you're just there like, are you coming back?
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like that. It's horrible.
I used to get it all the time when I did camera stuff, and I would send something back to the rental house, being like, it does this every now and then, and they'd always message back being like,
doesn't do it for us.
Doing it for us, and I'm like, well, it was doing it.
It's like whenever you want to show. Look, you want to see how broken this is? I'm going to show you. Show how broken it is. You load it up and it just works perfectly. Well, it was broken before, so... Yeah, it's the worst.
Dear. Not crackly so far, so maybe I'm fine. Maybe.
I mean, yeah. I'm
maybe.
sure it'll get... What? Did I not tweet? No, I did tweet. Okay, yeah.
It'll do it.
There's just a lot of people. So many people tweeted right after that it already was off the front page. My own tweet. Crazy.
I did a tweet today.
Yeah?
About Squeak, because it's 1 year since we had Squeak.
I liked it. No, I didn't. I like it now.
You liked it with your mind.
Our mind liked it, but that didn't. Yeah, exactly. Squeak is real cute. Just saying.
Oh, she's a monster, but I love her. She's absolute chaos.
Yeah. So you said that hamsters prefer being solo hamsters.
Yeah.
Why is that the case?
They're just very territorial. They're like, they're very, they just like having their own space. And in the wild, they would just like meet up for just baby making, and then they go their own way, and that's it. That's like a they have flings, and that's about the only social interaction they have. They're not like, oh no, the crackling's back.
Oh no.
Last time I think I solved it by restarting my computer, but that's obviously a bit...
Okay, here's the thing though. Like, you're not actually crackling for me. Like,
Yeah.
for Discord, you're coming across totally fine, right? Which indicates that it's not a problem with your hardware, right? And it is not a problem with the software that is Discord that comes across. So the problem lies somewhere in your own broadcasting setup.
Yeah, I think it's to do with the... Wait, Rythian's crackling now as well?
Yeah, okay, there's definitely something with your broadcasting setup then. Because I am not crackling to my chat.
Like, how, like the buffer thing for the audio. But it's strange that it's so intermittent, because some days it's absolutely fine.
Well, you do have a Frankenstein setup, so...
Yeah.
I realized my little air light, key light thing is totally misaligned, but I have to fix that later. It's not, to be fair, it's not really supposed to beam right down on me anyway, because thank you, Angelina, for subscribing. It just, I look so pale when the light is just blasting me in the face, you know?
Yeah.
Either I look super pale or super red. Because I can change the color of the light, you know, like the color temperature. So I'm either like mega pale or red as hell, pretty much.
Butts. Maybe I should take the plunge, restart my computer now.
Okay.
And then hopefully we can move on. I can still stay live because it's on a different computer.
You're so again Frankenstein setup, yes.
You'll lose me.
Yeah. Oh, but, that's a shame.
Everyone will be able to watch the buns.
Okay, well, you just be ready when we're back.
Okay.
Will
I
chat
will-
still? Chat will have me, I guess, to entertain them.
They won't hear you.
They won't hear
just
me.
see bunnies and silence.
That's pretty good, to be fair. Some people make entire careers out of just showing bunnies and having silence. So
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Well, I will be as quick as possible. BRB
Okay.
for now.
see you soon.
BRB.
Well, I'll have to entertain my own chat then. It's just me. I think she'll be able to join on her own. How are you guys doing? Time to start biology. I feel like if you're relying on short breaks in the stream to do your biology study, maybe perhaps not the ideal way. Ready to be done with work for the week? That's Friday for you. Wrestling a bird away from the keyboard. Listen, you cannot trust burps. I'm just saying. They'll do what they want. That's why they're difficult to manage. They don't understand boundaries. It'll take a while of podcasting, almost assuredly. Sorry, don't mind me just mixing my hot chocolate mix. So there's a trick, right? You put in the powder, and then you put in a little bit of milk, and then you mix it together, a bit of milk and powder, so you almost get the sludge, and then you pour in the hot water. So a little bit of trick to make the mixing a cleaner blend. It's good. It's good. Briony says back. She's gone. She's gone. She shut it down and it's gone. It's gone forever. I want to play more Stardew. Oh, I'm getting the itch for more Stardew. I almost started a new single player yesterday, but then I restrained myself just in time. Got helped by the fact that my friends wanted to play Dota, so I got distracted, right? Because it's for the old milk one order. Yeah, but this is specifically meant to be with water. Not with milk, right?
Hello.
It says hello. It says just add water. So you're not supposed to have milk with this one.
Are you having the hot chocolate milk water debate?
Yes, yes. We are having it again. Because I was mentioning how to make this taste the best, right?
Yeah.
Which is first you pour in the powder, then you pour in a little bit of milk, and then you mix the milk with the powder, almost making it like a little sludge thing. And then you pour in the hot water, because the blend is really good in that case. That's really good. And then it's tasty. And then Selinma said, I prefer the all milk version. And I had to explain the differences. So I've had this discussion before. How is the crackles?
Apparently no crackles yet, but whether I load up Parsec and it squeezes my internet like a snake,
oh yeah,
it'll start crackling.
I have accepted. Yes.
Okay, this is me talking to see if there are crackles. If there's more
find out
singing
if
than
there's
talking,
crackles.
but are there crackles? La 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 la. Do you know what I do need to do though? I need to go through my computer and stop everything loading up on open. I have like...
What do you mean loading up on open?
Like, I have a thing from Razer that pops up. I have
Oh, I see. Yeah.
GOG thing that pops up that I've never even used. I have just everything. As soon as I open my computer, it's just like programs, and I need to stop.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. Way too many starting things as well. Like I just yesterday, or no, the day before yesterday, I in the middle of a frontline in Final Fantasy 14, I was having some hot chocolate, and I accidentally spilled a little bit of milk on my keyboard. Because I do the stupid thing where I make food at my computer, which is really dumb. But I've done it for years, and I'm so used to it, because it's like, if I do it elsewhere, it's time away from the computer that I could be doing computer stuff.
Like watching the wrestling.
For example. It's really dumb, actually. But I did it anyway. So I spilled some milk on the keyboard, and I'm like, oh, because if it's only a tiny bit of liquid you spill, it can usually be fine. This time it wasn't fine. All my keys started doing their own things. It was... So I had to replace it, because I have a sponsor deal with Razer, right? Like I got a while ago, they sent me some stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, Razer stuff, nice. But at the time, I still had a working keyboard and a working mouse. So I'm like, well, I'll just keep them around for when I need them. And now I needed them. So I plugged in all the Razer stuff and things. And I now have a wireless mouse, by the way, which that's pretty cool. I usually never do that. I usually I prefer having it wired just in case, but it's been fine. So I plugged it all in and stuff, and then of course Razer wants his own program. It's like setup program. And
I've not set it up. Do I need to do that?
Well, I don't know. But the main thing is, I still have my SteelSeries program running, which is dumb because I don't have a SteelSeries peripheral anymore. So that is probably time to get rid of that one from the, at least, maybe not uninstalling so much, but at least not have it run at startup. In fact,
if it makes you feel any better, when I started having these audio crackle issues, I looked through at what I could get rid of in my task manager, and it turns out that my computer had been running Skype every time I loaded up my computer. Wow. Even though I haven't even used Skype on this computer, because it's not been a thing since I got it. It was just there in the background all the time.
Christ, yeah. It's bad.
Just in case. If ever I needed it, it was there.
Just in case, ready for you. Have you seen the, I don't know if you've seen these, but it's the College Humor skits with Brennan Lee Mulligan, who plays CEOs from different companies and is making like PSAs. And one of them is from Skype. And he's just so upset that COVID happened. And for some reason, people made a new program called Zoom and used Zoom when Skype was right there. We've been using it's been there from the beginning. It worked. They had all the stuff, and now people are Zooming. We had Skype. It's a really funny sketch, and he's done a lot of really good ones as well about multiple companies. I recommend looking them up if people are interested. Just search for like
college humor thing I've ever seen is the cover of "We Didn't Start the Riot"
or the fire. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like
College Humor has more ups than downs, which is more than you can say for a lot of places. Particularly, there's a couple of funny dudes there who are really good. Brennan Lee Mulligan is definitely my favorite. Yeah. I will hold on. I usually say I'll link if I remember. I'm gonna link you now so that I remember automatically. College Humor. CEO.
Is College Humor oh no, I'm thinking of the Saturday Night Live. Have you ever seen the sketch where it's like a little I guess it is a sketch where Ryan Gosling is obsessed with the
papyrus
font? Yeah.
Yeah. That is Saturday Night Live, I think. It's really good.
Papyrus.
He can't keep getting away with it. This is the Skype one. There's a bunch of other ones. I'll link it in chat as well, just in case. Not that people should be watching YouTube videos when they could be watching us, but just in case anyway. Right. We are gonna be lawyers eventually at some point.
Yes. Just playing the sound effect.
Yeah, I thought it was really system.
Oh. Oh no. Oh, wait, I know what I've not done. I restarted my computer and I forgot to restart NDI.
So now what happens?
So now we have to cancel the stream, that's it.
Oh no!
No, I just restarted it. Of all the things that would be helpful to actually have start when I load up, that's one of them.
Yeah, I see, yes.
That would be too big brain.
Too big brain. Alright. So what does NDI stand for and what does it do?
Do you know, I have no idea what it stands for. But it does, it captures my screen to a different computer and sends it to OBS.
Doesn't that feel irresponsible? Not knowing what it stands for?
It stands for... Now do it!
Okay. That works.
What if it
I
stands for
have no
something
reason
really
to
bad?
I have no reason to argue that with you.
New tech application. No, wait, that'd be an NDA. New network device interface.
That is the most nothing combination of words I've ever heard. You could basically just call it thing, and it says about this just as much. Ah, yes, the NDI. Oh, aka the thing. Grumble, 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 grumble. But hey, if it works.
Device?
Interface. So now can people see the screen?
Yes.
And can people hear your voice?
Yes. And I think it isn't crackly, and I don't think it's delayed, and they can hear you, and they can still see Fion in all of this. Amazingly.
Wow, that is magic. So you have both Briony Cam and Fion Cam.
Yeah, I have a little.
Barely get to see the game. But they don't need to see the game because they can hear us. So we're reading out everything anyway. I do have a
screen that I made that is that bun cam is full screen, and then in the corner webcam size is the game. It's what I like to call the perfect setup.
The perfect setup, yeah.
I'll sometimes pop it on if I'm just waiting for like something to load. Or like when we're waiting for Stardew, if we've gone to bed and we're waiting for someone, I'll be like, well, don't just watch me in bed. Just watch your body. You can see what's happening.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. That's too much effort for me. Like, if I figure... first of all, I don't have a bun cam, so I can't swap the bun cam. But second of all, I'm like, even if nothing's particularly happening, people can just listen. That's fine. We're usually talking about some random stuff, so it's okay.
Well, unless those two are AFK, am I right?
Yeah, I know, the AFKers. Jeez. Oh, the worst AFKers. You could capture Briony's bun cam, then you'd have one too. True! If I could get bun cam sent via Briony to me, I could have bunnies on my stream as well. Steal her USP. Do you know what a USP is?
Unique selling point.
Bam, 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 she knows! She knows what it is.
I've worked in retail.
My condolences.
I mean, it's because I got a big stream deck, so now I have lots of different setups. But I still have two buttons that I don't even use.
And
then I have a second stream deck that.
You know what you know what I have for stream deck? My keyboard.
Yeah.
Because everything you can do in a stream deck, I can do with my keyboard.
I think I just like having it separate. I wouldn't trust myself to hit things on my keyboard.
Why not?
Because I am clumsy and chaotic.
But you can still press the wrong button on a stream deck then.
It's true. I have once accidentally entered the stream.
Yes.
Because
let's go to Buncam everyone stream offline.
I was like, bye. But it seems less likely. Then again, I am a person who has my push to talk button on Alt, which is the worst button you can have it on because
the
you
only
use
thing
it for every game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's
number of times I
even
tapped out
slightly
in the
worse than it's even slightly worse than Control, which Duncan uses. So in every game, he's just non-stop crouching and going prone, like every time he talks. Oh man, it's very silly.
I need to find something better, but it's like retuning your brain to remembering it.
Trust me, like the earlier you do it, the easier it'll be. The best time to do it would have been 2 years ago, but next best time is doing it now.
What do you use?
I use mouse 5.
Mouse 5? Oh, is
one
that
of
like
the side
one of the
buttons.
ones on the side?
Yeah,
Oh,
it is
oh my gosh, my
the
mouse
one
is
that goes.
filthy.
There's the well, clean it then.
I've never looked at it this closely before.
Basically, the button that goes forward, because they usually use for back and forward. So the one that goes forward that's usually good. I used to have the one that goes back, but then whenever I was on a browser page and I push to talk, it went back. So God damn it, forward is usually better.
In Dota.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, those are
for items.
Those 2 of my item buttons. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't use mouse for like that sort of stuff generally because I find it. Well, because I use it for push to talk, basically, And that's
I would love a push to talk pedal. I think that would be the best solution for me.
I actually do think that is good, because my feet aren't doing anything anyway. You might as well,
And it would keep my feet on the floor, whereas usually my knees are up and my feet are on my desk or on my chair. Whereas if I had to push a button, I would actually.
Yeah. I wonder how much like a pedal costs. I'm gonna Google this. PC computer pedal.
There must be ones that you get for like, because I think
Foot
you get
pedal.
them for like guitar, don't you?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to Swedish Amazon. We have that now. Foot pedal. It becomes instead.
Oh. What does that mean?
It's I don't know.
Teach me your language.
It's a big mystery, that one. It's like literally 17, 16 pounds, so it's nothing.
Should do it.
You basically decide. You tell the foot pedal what combination of keys it activates, right?
Oh.
So it's like Control Shift Q or something, right? So then you
there's one on Amazon that has 3 different pedals.
Okay, now you're just putting in a keyboard for your feet. I don't know if that's wise.
That would be amazing though. You could have like mutes. It would be like clutch, brake, accelerate, but for your stream.
Well, I mean,
I'm really tempted to get one.
With the 3 of them?
No, maybe that would be too far.
Yeah.
I've only got 2 feet after all.
Why is it called tattoo? So it's got tattoo foot pedal.
It's because it's for all the things you said.
Running through my head.
Yeah.
See?
I'm so glad you got that, because the thought of having to explain the joke, I was like, this is not going to be funny.
I think it might actually be for tattooing. It's actually, people use foot pedals for tattooing. Yeah.
The needle.
Yeah. No, I went for PC. I did find 1 or 2, but surely there's more brands. Yeah, there we go.
Wait, you know someone who got one and it wasn't good? It activates when you let off the pedal and not when you press it.
But surely that's not on all of them. Surely you can set that up. I can't imagine that being the rule for them.
Yeah. I guess I would worry, would you get like a cramp in your leg from pushing down too much? I guess it depends on the angle of the pedal.
Yeah, you'd have to. I do imagine it would take some getting used to where you're sitting with your foot and how much you're moving it. Like, honestly, the idea of foot pedal sounds uncomfortable to me in general, because I don't usually sit that way. I sort of have my feet are not straight on the ground. They're sort of like leaning, like on the sides of the feet usually.
Oh my gosh, that actually is a Stream Deck pedal. I thought this was a joke. There's a Stream Deck pedal for $90. It was out on the 26th of January this year.
Stream Deck pedal. Oh god, you're not joking.
If only we had thought about this before, we could have beat Stream Deck to it.
Okay, so this is like there are 3. This is an Elgato thing, which, by the way, is way more expensive than a simple one.
Yeah, always the way. You pay for the brand.
But yeah, this is like, I think I'm looking at the same one. It's Elgato Stream Deck pedal.
Do Razer do one? Can we?
Did we get sponsored?
Yeah.
Razer pedal, please. Actually, they might do. Razer pedal. No. Not really. I'm mostly getting cars. Apparently there's like, I don't know.
I'm getting so distracted now. Okay. Shall we? Should we play the game?
All right, yeah, game. Yeah. Let me turn on the fan because it's getting hot in here. So I'm gonna do that. Yes, exactly that. Luckily, no one can basically hear my fan. I have good enough noise cancellation. Anyway, burp.
Razer do make a face mask. I just saw that with all the fancy light up LED thingies. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get a cheap one from Amazon. Cheap. And see if it works. Maybe I'll get some leg muscles doing it as well. Let me think.
A free workout.
Yeah. Hang on, my slippers are under my desk. I'm going to pretend that they're a pedal.
Just practice how it feels.
This would be me talking and not pushing, and now this is me talking and talking to other people. Do you reckon you'd get really nice like bum muscles after a while?
I mean, maybe
one cheek. You'd have to.
I feel like one of your cheeks will be very well shaped, and the other one's just flabby. You know, like you have one flabby like butt cheek.
One toned bun.
I think if you had discipline, you'd change out which foot you're using for talking every now and then. You know, so that one of them doesn't practice too much. I know for a fact that my right thumb is way better shaped than my left thumb from all my push talking. So that's something. Did Alex come and give you something?
He gave me a cup of tea.
A lovely person.
Hansen's saying, why would it train your butt? But it does, doesn't it? It's like apparently wearing high heels.
The muscles.
Training.
Yeah. The muscles in your like.
What's the proper name for it?
Your trapezoid muscle, which is definitely what they're called. They do lead up into your butt.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
Does that mean driving trains your butt? Maybe. I always remember that when
do you have a license?
No, I've only got a provisional, not a proper one. I failed my test.
What does professional mean? Like, as in,
you're
allowed to drive a little, or
with the provisional one, you're allowed to drive with another driver who has a full license in the car.
Okay.
As long as you have learner plates on, but you're not allowed to drive on your own.
Okay, so you're basically at the stage where you're allowed to practice. Yeah. I have a license, but I haven't driven a car in years, so I'm worried. Well, I don't have a car, so that also helps.
It's a bit of a butt.
But yeah.
Just a stumbling block.
Yeah, it's a small block in the plan for driving to Bristol. Yeah, no, I got my license. I failed my first trial as well, but I succeeded the second one. I don't feel like I drove much differently, but apparently it was fine the second one. I had a different guy at that point, so maybe he was nicer. Yeah, and I drove a bunch and stuff, but I never had my own car. It was mostly I drove my mom and dad to places, right? So like they paid for learning how to drive for me. So in return, I was like, all right, well, I'll drive you whenever you need to go somewhere. And if you want to get a drink or whatever, when you meet a friend, I'll come pick you up later on, and so on and so on. So that was what I was doing. But then, obviously, once I started living on my own, it's not really a thing anymore. So I technically have a license, and then every X years I go in and renew it and get a new photo and everything, and I'm like, when's the last time I sat behind a car? Like, ooh. It's happened a few times, and I'm pretty sure I know the basics, but I wouldn't want to throw myself out in like complicated traffic immediately. I don't think, because it has been so long. Driving stream. Maybe I should pick up like a driving simulator game and play that.
Mario Kart.
Yes, that's basically what I'm doing. Actually, it's true. Yeah. That solved that problem. Thank you.
I haven't driven since being in Bristol, so I think it probably would have gone out my head. But I have a lot of driving dreams.
Yeah?
Like, that is a very common dream for me, is that I've driven somewhere, and then I get there, and then I suddenly go, what am I doing? I can't drive. Now how do I get home? And I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere because I've driven myself out there. And I'm like...
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I feel like even if that's the case, then you should realize that if you drove yourself there, you could drive yourself back, you know?
Well, then I'm always scared. I'm like, what if they catch me now? And then they know that I drove out there. And it's just, it's like my most common stress dream is...
that they will catch you driving.
Yeah.
But you have a provisional, right? All you need to do is like bring someone with you in the car, and you're fine. Yeah, that's all you need. Thank you, Dire Devil, for subscribing to Prime. Any primers in our chats?
Any primers?
Primes?
Me, I accidentally signed up for a month of Amazon Prime, so I'm a primer now. I fell for the thing. I fell for the classic trick of. Yeah. Get Amazon Prime free for 5 days and you can cancel it at any time. And I'm like, remember to cancel.
And you forgot to cancel.
I did not.
So for
Spoiler
me,
alert.
when Twitch Prime was introduced was the first time I got Twitch Prime. Because at the time, in my country, in Sweden, there was no real Prime. So I got Twitch Prime just from having Prime Video, which was cheaper than real Amazon Prime. So that was a good deal for me. I got my Twitch Prime and all the benefits and a free sub, etc.
Yeah.
But I could still have done that if I wanted to. But now there's Amazon in Sweden too, so Prime is quite nice. Getting stuff sent right home to your doorstep is nice. And speaking of, have a package coming today, so. I might have to go AFK for a minute to pick it up.
I understand.
Someone will knock on my door. Or worst case scenario, they will call and say, hello, where are you? I don't understand. We're in the wrong place. And I'm like, no, that's 2, but this is also 2. You're at the wrong 2. That's happened multiple times. People keep going to the wrong 2.
That reminds me.
Yeah.
It's not really the same. I had for the 3rd time in my life, Briony isn't a very common name, but for the 3rd time in my life, I got tagged in the wrong email because someone mistook me for the other Briony they know. And I'm like, you only know 2 of us, probably in your whole life. Remember which one is which. I've been tagged into like emails that were meant to get sent to HR that
really?
I was immediately told to delete because they had obviously sent them to the wrong person.
Please delete. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do if I don't? You know,
I've been tagged into email. Like, I all of a sudden just get these emails that are like, Briony, can you make sure you send over those statistics, please? And I'm just like, what statistics? What do you want? And then yesterday, I had an email that was like, it was the day before yesterday. I had an email saying, Briony, can you please give us the address that you want the hard drives to be sent to? And I was just like, I can give you a address. Like,
if you want to send some hard drives. Right one. Yeah. Wow. Is this like in just random things you're being tagged in, or is it like in our extended thing, or what is it?
One was, there's a Briony who works at 4th floor now.
Oh, okay.
One of them was a lady I worked with. The one the other day was the lady I worked with in Liverpool about 8 years ago. And
Jesus,
then
okay.
The other one was at the vet.
Did you use email and stuff a lot before the days of Gmail?
Yeah, I suppose I did, yeah.
Because I used it a bunch, and back then, Gmail was the first email provider that gave you ridiculous amounts of space. Like, when's the last time you ever worried about space in your email, right? Like, that disappeared pretty quickly, right?
Funnily enough, Gmail is the only one that emails me all the time being like, you have no space left.
Well, that's because it combines it with Google Drive, and if you use Google Drive, exactly.
It's full of bunny pictures.
Because I remember back, so the point of this is, like, when Gmail came out, it was like, holy shit, like a gigabyte of email. This is insane. You know, I don't have to delete anything. I can just let it sit. So you start archiving all the emails, and all your contacts were saved forever, and like it was all good, you know? Everything was like auto-saved. But before that, when I had Hotmail or whatever, or all the variants they were around, you read an email and you were like, cool. And then you deleted it immediately. Because you were done with it. And they took space. And you only had maybe 50 megabytes, you know, in your entire email drive. So it was a whole different thing.
See, now I go onto my old email address on my Hotmail, the one I made when I was like 12, and I've got like 15,000 unread emails. I'm just like, nope. But I never bothered to sign it over.
That can't be real mails, though, at this point.
It's all because I'll tell you what it is.
You've been in random groups or programs or things, right?
I forgot to turn off, and I've still not done it. I forgot to turn off getting an email alert for every single Twitter and Facebook notification. So it's all just like, this person replied to your tweet, this person replied to your tweet.
Oh my god.
Every time someone DMs me, I get an email, and then I just look at it. I open it up because I've forgotten to change something over, and I have to like sign into something, and I've forgotten the password, and then I look at it and I'm just like, no.
See,
I can't deal with it.
Yeah, my god, I can't imagine. I made a clean break, you know, from all my old emails, right, that I had, you know. None of those mean anything anymore. Now it's like, it's Gmail only from the point on. But then I made the mistake of having multiple Gmailers, because I was like, well, I'll have one for work. Yeah. Or I have one for personal. Pleasure. One for work and study. One that I'll have, one is my Yogscast. And I'll have one for like, before I was the Yogscast, I was like, well, maybe I don't want to share one with my real name or whatever. So I'll have that one be the one, you know, online people can email or whatever.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden I found myself with 5 emails. And like, I was really annoying. And even when I figured out how to like stay logged into all of them at the same time. So gradually I faded out the work and study email to have that just be my normal one. Yeah. And then I was like, okay, well, the other one will work for basically my online stuff. That'll be the same stuff. But then when I joined the Yogscast, they gave me a specific Yogscast email. It's like, okay, fine, I got to use that one. So now that one isn't being used as much. So mostly I'm down to 2, maybe 3. But at one point, I was like, okay, there's a lot of random shit that wants your email. And if you're smart, you don't sign up with your main email. So I made like a spam email at one point. And that's also the one.
Your Dota Smurf account email.
Well, it should be, honestly.
For owning noobs.
For owning noobs, I am the noob, sadly. So that's the one I use for that. Yeah. I also I made a fake Facebook account because I didn't want to use Facebook. In fact, I don't use Facebook. I deactivated my Facebook ages ago. But at one point, I had a Rythian page on Facebook because for branding and whatever. Like, if like that was a thing I should have. Maybe I don't even think it's
still there.
I think it's gone now. Probably, I don't know. And I needed an actual account to run that page, right? So I made a fake account just so I could run that page. But now I think that page isn't even run anymore. No. So I still have the random account, which isn't even under my name. I think it's called Kristana Loken, and it's got the profile picture of the girl from Terminator 3. She's called Kristana Loken. I just made something random, and I had just watched Terminator 3 when I made it, so like because I didn't want it to be like me. And anyway, so now that account is there, except I don't have access to it. I can't actually log into that Facebook, which means I also can't delete it because I need to like send in ID that I am that person, or like prove that it's me to delete the account. So right now that account exists in limbo.
John Cena parcel all over again.
Yes, it is. Yeah. This is another story I'll tell people if they haven't heard it. But so I can't log into that account, but the account doesn't do anything, and it has no friends or whatever, except people who I guess have randomly seen it somehow and think I'm the real Kristanna Lookin. Probably not. And they think, but Facebook keeps telling me, hey, someone tried to log into your account. You better try to log in and fix it. And at one point I got so tired of it, I was like, I'm just going to delete this. So I have to log in, and then I can't log in because I don't have all the details and stuff. So it's like, fine, just delete it, get rid of it. But it keeps spamming me. It's like, hey, Facebook active. Hey, remember to log into your Facebook. And I'm like, go away. I don't want your Facebook. As for the John Cena parcel story, Nelsy sent me a package once. And rather than putting my real name on the package, he wrote John Cena as a funny yoke. A real funny yoke. So I went to pick it up. And I couldn't. Because it says, oh, this is for John Cena. And I'm like, yeah, my friend wrote that. It's like, well, John Cena's not on your ID. Well, no, that's not my actual name. Sorry, you can't pick it up because your name's not John Cena. It says John Cena on the package. Right. Okay.
This is like my favorite nosy thing ever now.
Yeah. So I had to go home. I couldn't get the package. And I went back and tell Nelsy, listen, man, I couldn't get your package because you wrote John Cena on it. Oh, okay. He never sent it again. I can't even remember what it was.
So somewhere in a Swedish depot, it's just sat there.
Yeah. I've told the other story, I think, at one point. Is the other package I got from him. Which, because he pranked me by sending me Big Bang Theory bubbleheads. Just giving to, because he knows I don't like that show at all. I think it's dumb as hell. So he sent me some Big Bang Theory bubbleheads at home all of a sudden. And I'm like, where do I do with this? Like, put them up. I'm not putting them up. I'm throwing them away. Don't throw them away. He's like, etc. Whatever. They're still in a box somewhere, I think, because I really just need to go throw them away, but it feels wasteful. So then next time, he went to order himself some Team Fortress 2 stuff. Except he auto-completed. So then he sent me some Team Fortress 2 action figures. So I had those as well. And so at least I could at least tell him the code that gave him the digital stuff.
Yeah.
But the actual figures are, I'm just gonna go throw them away. Someone says eBay them. In theory, yes. I just can't be asked. Like, what am I gonna get? Like $10 for them? Really? It's unlikely.
Charity shop?
Yes, in theory I could. But again, it's hassle. I have to pack them up, get on the bus, into town, find a place. Hello, would you like these? It's all... I'm lazy. I don't want to. Send them back to him. I should actually. I should send him them. That would be funny.
And address it to the Undertaker.
Yeah. The point is, I told him that I'll send them to you. Just pay me the postage. And he never said yes. He seems happy with them being in my place. I'm like, what the hell, bro?
He's just happy they have a home.
I guess, yeah. God, Nelsy is a guy who likes having stuff, right? Like, he likes things. Like, oh, I got this phone that used to be in MASH, or I've got this cool little thing that looks like... I don't like stuff. I don't want to have stuff. Stuff just takes up space and just ends up just being in places. It's, yeah. So I don't like that stuff. But tell you what I do like. Video games.
Do you want to play one?
Maybe we should play one, yeah. It's been about an hour, so I figured maybe this would be a good time.
Maybe we don't need to record a podcast. We'll just release the first hour of stream.
Yeah. That's something I've thought about because, yeah, we already do basically talk for a full hour. But yeah. All right, let's play. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. All right, time to remember all the voices and stuff.
do, 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 do.
13th August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber.
Does my
Great.
mouse look weird to you? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Why is it 2 arrows?
It's only 1 arrow for me.
Oh, it's 2 arrows for me.
Really? Double arrow. I'm Ray, remember me, and I'm Ray, I think. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Yes, you should have. Why do people keep doing this in this game? Like, all the victims never tell you any of the details until halfway through the trial.
Yeah, like we didn't even ask her what happened.
No.
At the murder.
All you just asked her was like, did you do it or not? No. Okay. Let's have a trial. And it's like, maybe
no
we
further
should
questions.
talk. Yeah, no further questions, Your Honor. Maybe we should have a chat with the actual victim. Or, I mean, a defendant.
Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. I started that sentence way too quickly, so I had to speak and hope that the tone of my voice was correct for the word that would come after. So it was risky. That was risky. ...
Blades, you're trying to speed run it.
Exactly. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. That you stand by me to the last.
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. Yeah, why did you do that? Like, there's no real reason for you to do it. I guess she's just hoping that everything will be fine without me having to say anything. It will just magically fix itself without any of my important information coming out. I completely betrayed your faith in me. I do that so often. Oh, my camera has moved a lot. Oh shit, the Susato throwdown happening. There we go. Put myself in the corner so that people can see.
Or is it just because you look so dashing?
Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Hate me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Okay now. I'm no better, you know. Oh, that's you. Never mind.
Neither am I. I'm no better, you know.
Oh.
Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Susato.
I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray?
Yes?
Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Oh, Ray.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I knew it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
Ravane says, I'd have hoped it taught him a lesson too, maybe not to lose sight of where your secret military poison is. That's true.
Yeah.
Father has a lesson to learn as well.
Yes, it's true.
We'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now.
The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. Oh yeah, one of those, yeah. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Why did you say this now?
That would have been very useful in the past.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it is impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters.
Oh.
I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Yeah, that could be useful. We're doing chemistry in the courtroom? The chemical reagent has been entered into the court record. Hooray! That's another word I didn't know how to pronounce until... I don't even know when I heard it said out loud for the first time. So many words in the English language I read way before I saw them. Like, including... When I was playing Here's Might and Magic as a kid, I thought it was called peasant and not peasant, and I thought it was called Armageddon and not Armageddon, and multiple things. And Adobe rather than Abode rather than abode, and a bunch of words. Like, I didn't know. How was I supposed to know? And then you randomly hear something later. And regent or reagent, you know, because it's everywhere else almost, you know. You don't say rea, like you don't say read when you read something, or you don't say, you know, so many things English.
I used to read chasm and archive.
Yeah.
Because you see the word chive and then you see archive and you're like, it's in the archives.
Yeah. And you know, it's like something is charred, but it's charisma. What?
Yeah.
What? We already decided that it was CHAR meant char, and now it's ka? English, I will shoot you if you don't fix yourself.
It does what it wants, when it wants.
It just doesn't give a crap about anything. What's the matter, Susato? You are suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It was all the English woman's doing. It was the reporter guy. We've already decided the solution of this entire thing, remember? We already knew it was... What was his name? Like...
It's... Ray
takes
many
notes.
Many
memos, yeah.
Writing
like,
many memos.
Writing many memo. Yeah, that was his name. We know it's him. We know he's the real villain.
What?
It was when the professor and Sasaki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady. Shouldn't it be that English so-called lady? Because now it's so-called English. Like, well, she is English. But it's lady that's under question.
Yeah.
Swandin, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on the substance here. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then... Oh, that's you.
Then Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it is highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. Indeed. Writing many memo.
This many memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach?
Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yeah, I bet you he did. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Ah. Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Or resume.
Trial is about to resume. Yeah.
Please proceed into the courtroom at once.
Or proceed. It's time to seal ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ruitaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, my package is on the way.
Oh.
It said. Oh, do they have an exact delivery time? I'm gonna go check.
Who are all these bearded fellows up here, I wonder?
Probably previous judges, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Like legendary judges in the court of Japan. Or the judicature thing. Because we're not in the Old Bailey now. Why is it loading so slowly?
Ray has put her faith
Your delivery arrives in 1 hour, 16 minutes. So
That's
it will be during the stream. Yeah, I guess they are very exact. If everything goes as planned, he will just ring or knock on the door and leave, and I can just go and pick it up and put it inside.
Nice.
But just in case they get the wrong two, I might have to actually leave and go wave at them and tell them this two, not the other two. So yeah. Anyway.
Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything.
I bet you there's still stuff she hasn't told.
So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
13th August, 11:30 a.m. Whoa, they talked for 50 minutes? It was 10:41 a.m., wasn't it? They talked for 50 minutes. Jeez, that's a long talk. Then again, we talked for like an hour. So.
Maybe they were talking in Old Entish.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you do the judge now. Yeah.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Remember Me. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
There's such good animation on that.
Yeah.
Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be in there in good time.
I've heard Rick is very good.
Yeah, particularly
Very
rickshaw.
speedy.
Rickshaw is a legend, yeah.
Fastest legs.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Council, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. Okay.
Trying to murder the court record.
Yes. In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
They always say it's a really girly shout that.
Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah. They always ask, what was that girly scream you just did, Mr. Man? Mr. Man lawyer who is a man. Why did you sound like a girly girl? That's what they say. Exactly. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Mr. Right-Hand Many Memo. Yes, it is him.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Who's gonna be reporter guy?
I guess I'll be a reporter guy.
Okay.
Then I'll be reporter guy and Ouchie, and you'll be judge and
That makes sense.
Rutaro Susato. Okay, what voice should this guy have?
I mean, I feel like he needs typical. Can you do like the sort of 1920s gangster voice?
1920s gang.
I don't know. So you got ourselves a case, see?
Oh, I see. Writing Many Memo, the Shouju News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, Father? You know.
It is simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the world for nothing, the nice guy of news.
Or murderer.
Murderer of many.
Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people! Many Memos senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
I hate to be that person, but you wouldn't be able to take that many pictures that quickly on that style.
Very, very true, actually. Yeah. It's actually very unrealistic, so.
It's, my emotions ruined now. Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name. He's got a little bit more announcer voice right now, suddenly.
20-minute time limit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's Rutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Okay, yeah, he's full-on announcer now. Sorry, that's his new voice.
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Rutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Ouchi. That's Taketsuchi Ouchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What?
Witness.
Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism.
Many-memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me, Many-memo, again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news office after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this.
How many pencils is he getting through?
A lot. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Isn't it a crime to not, report a murder, what you've done seen? So why did he not say that he had done seen it?
What was that voice? You just put up.
It's my actually I think you're
voice.
Actually, I think you'll find that you should go to prison.
You should go to prison. I don't think it's a crime to see something and not report it.
Would it not be perverting the course of justice?
Just ice? I mean, I don't think so. I think if you try to prevent or actively do something, then you'd be like obstruction of justice. But if you see something and you don't tell anyone, I don't think you can go to jail for that or whatever. I don't think that's a crime. It's not good, and you should do it. But I don't know. I can't imagine that would be because then what if there's many witnesses and a crime happens and they all go home? Do you have to go around arresting everyone who was there and didn't say anything? That wouldn't work. Yeah, okay. You just do that. All right. Fair enough.
But do it Poirot style. Get Poirot in there and then solve it on the spot.
Yes.
Need to do.
have a big meeting with everyone gathered together so that you can go over everything at the end.
Person, and then it'll be like, but wait!
But wait, it could not have been you because your foot was feeling heavy that day, so you were 2 minutes late. And by the time you arrive, there had already been the murder.
Oh, I love Poirot so much.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The camera never lies. The beach shot was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. I feel like this guy's voice has shifted a lot, but I think I'm sort of getting to know him as a character and therefore know how he would talk rather than what I imagined at first. That's how I'm looking at it anyway, rather than I'm just bad at voices. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Okay, what? Okay, I didn't expect him to be a full-on liar, but then again, he's trying to maybe frame her because...
Trying to make a story of it.
Because he did the killing, probably. So he needs to frame someone or he's the suspect.
Yeah.
My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. I don't know about that.
Reed screens, you say?
Right! You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hot walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Hotting up. And, I mean, heating up, surely? Not hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many-memoism in a nutshell.
At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and the testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. Oh, what question?
Why are you lying?
Why you lie? Why you gotta lie?
Why you gotta lie like that?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
He just decided to stretch for no reason and doesn't say anything. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this report than meets the eye.
He's a transformer. More than meets the eye. Reporter, more than meets the eye.
He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Camera.
Yes, it's very close to the chest.
Very close. Ba-bum.
Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum.
Right.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
Press. That's weird.
Yeah.
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
Ah, I see where you're going with... He all became ouchy all of a sudden. I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
I waited until she was dead to take the photos. That's loud.
Yes, that's much better.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many-memoism. It's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Yeah, it's only law. No man or woman. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on?
Bless you.
Did Alex sneeze?
He did a little schnuff.
A little sniff. Okay.
Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Member-me-san enter the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. What? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to hear that one explained. The man
Because,
should have been another.
Like, lay an
Because
egg
you lay eggs, yeah.
She
But I
laid
really...
into her, she would have laid eggs, I guess, is what
I
it's trying
mean...
to say.
That's why I want to hear him explain it, like his actual thought process here.
Can we press it any further?
Yeah, press that specific statement, yeah.
It's like yesterday. We were watching the wrestling, and someone pushed someone else into the turnbuckle, and they like bit it, and JR just went, "Ain't no barbecue sauce in that turnbuckle." We're just like, what?
Oh, JR. Oh, you old weird man.
There's sometimes where you just tune into like wrestling commentary and you're like, what are you saying?
JR in particular has a lot of weird lines. Well, yeah. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. Actually, that reminds me. Like, I wonder if he's Japanese. Like, he probably is, right?
Yeah, I guess he is.
Because they made a specific point about Giselle being English and talking English, right? Yeah, of course he's Japanese. There's absolutely nothing to say that he wouldn't be. I don't know why I'm assuming he isn't. But yeah.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Yeah, like the egg thing. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. Yeah, it's true, Big Bear. JR sells barbecue sauce. He has a JR's barbecue sauce that you could buy and stuff. So maybe he shoehorns it in wherever he can.
Wonder
Yeah.
if that was the case, if he was trying to shift it.
I mean, I guess he did, but it's a weird place to shoehorn it in, you know? It's like if someone bleeds, it's like, oh, that ain't no barbecue sauce, that's blood, you know? Like, you know, there's a time and place, Mr. JR. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
No.
Unlikely.
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed? Right you are! It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
Ugh.
Then, the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. I guess those letters mean culprit and victim.
Yeah.
In Japanese. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way.
No.
And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
No.
I doubt
Lies.
it. Big lies.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. The beach hut plan has been entered into the court record. Can we take a look at that any closer, maybe? I don't know if there'll be anything on it, but I think this mostly will be showing people. We also have a few new things. We have the chemical reagent and we have the murder weapon as well. Nah, there's nothing to do here except magnifying glass. Okay. Some nice letters. Yeah, we also have the murder weapon.
Blub.
Blood. Yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. That is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. Okay.
Anything on the other side of the knife, maybe? No, not really.
That's it?
Well, I guess that's it, yeah.
Hmm.
And the reagent?
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be a little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear.
Is that true?
Interesting. I guess maybe at the time it was?
Ooh.
But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Yeah, it's not really something you want people to take a drink of. Alright, I guess there's nothing to that either, at least not yet. Okay.
By the way, Many Memo-san, Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
R/don't help, just watch. Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. He doesn't understand French, so he's gonna say it really badly. Raison d'etre. Oh no, you mean raison d'etre? Yeah.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor?
I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Okay, so we've got a new thing now.
Okay. Wait, what's nihilism?
Nihilism is the philosophy that nothing matters and everything is pointless and meaningless.
Oh.
It sounds depressing, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many-manoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many-manoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
Yeah, probably. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as if he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
But we have pressed everything at this point, so I think it's
Yeah.
we need to find something to present on. It's usually the new statement that was added, which I think was the last one, right? So we saw this one. We saw this one, where he breaks the pen. Did we press this one? I think we did, yeah.
I'm pressing this.
Do we press again? Worst case scenario, we'll skip ahead.
The court
No,
is
yeah, this is new.
a desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. What?
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many-memoism.
It's not something to boast about.
No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How, then, did you manage to take the photograph?
Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. Did we press this one, too? I feel like somehow it skipped a lot when we were pressing. Maybe press this one as well? Yeah. We'll see what is.
But the
this is new as well, yeah.
This? It's like, I think it's replaced like 3 of them with new ones.
Yeah. Ha! Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Yeah. So therefore, don't brag about what you're doing. Yeah.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
Yeah, he's making up his statements. The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said. So I guess one of the previous press led to this one, and that's when it jumped, which is why I skipped the other 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So here's what I think. I think usually when you press and a new statement is revealed, that's what you need to present on. So he says, never was its foot nor spoke. It was only there in the observer. Do you have anything in our court record that can prove that's a lie? Anything that proves that he was in there? Nothing there necessarily.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the footprints.
Yeah.
Nah.
What is? Yeah, maybe this one. I don't think this is the one either. Because this would have been before he went inside either way. Is there a difference? No, there doesn't. I was gonna say if there was a difference in Gisele's body, but that might not mean anything anyway.
I wonder if it's something to do with, like, had he moved this?
But if he moved, yeah. I don't know what angle we would attack that from, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
this to me is from the side. It's not from the back.
Yeah. Because otherwise we wouldn't see the. Yeah.
Because I'm guessing this is where the knife came in through.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. What about check? Oh, let's check the beach plan.
Oop.
So he would have been. Where's my mouse? Hello, mouse, wake up. Oh, okay. I found it. I found my mouse. So he would. Can you see my mouse cursor?
No.
Okay, well then never mind. He would have been at the little cross thing near the top left, of the thing. Yeah. That's somewhere where he must have been. Like what we said, that thing was in the way, right? So it must have been there to take the picture, given the angle of the shot, and that is now in the way. So I don't know if we present and point to that picture and say there or whatever, because he clearly did something to get that angle of the shot.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we... Yeah.
We definitely pressed this one, didn't we?
I think we did press it, yeah.
Should we get
to the press it again?
This? Because now we've pressed all of them.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I guess, yeah.
The end of it and just see and...
Yeah.
Because we've done...
You didn't set foot inside at all. Yeah, okay. And then this is the one where he said, I never set foot inside. And now if we have any proof that he did, which I think maybe will be the movement of the mannequin, that would be the one.
So what is father going to say at the end of this?
Yeah. Maybe he says the same thing, I don't know. Yeah, it's the same thing as he said before. Yeah, he's just saying the same thing, okay.
Okay.
Right. So in that case, I think we have to go on the last one and present something. Maybe. So it's either the. There are plenty of gaps I could see inside. No, gaps, but not a huge gap as in that picture, though.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we could present the photo of her lying down on that one and be like, well, where?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe. That's something. Maybe we can try. We can try.
I'm scared. I don't feel certain.
So this one, like, plenty of gaps. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
See, I must.
You know when they're being vague, you're like, no.
The evidence you've thrust in my direction is supposed to prove your point? I apologize. I did present it rather more forcefully than I intended to. You will kindly refrain from these over-exuberant outbursts, Counsel, be they verbal or material. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You put me in my place there. Okay, so it's not that.
It's not that one. I think it has to be the observer one. Was I never went inside, and we have to like point at maybe the first photograph that shows that there's no hole thing. Maybe.
Yeah.
And we point, and if they ask like, what about this picture? We point at the mannequin or something. She pulled apart the rough weeds. Okay, yeah, because even if you pulled apart the rough reeds, you still wouldn't have had any shots because there was stuff in the way from your angle. So we present the second. Either we present this one and point to the top left, or we present the picture itself, the crime scene photograph, so to speak. Not the incriminating one, but the other one, what it's called. Yeah, crime scene photograph. And let's point like, hey, listen, yeah. Objection! Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The witness's statement is definitively contradicted by this piece of evidence. Is that so, Counsel? Then perhaps you would care to explain to the court precisely how. How? Well, definitively? The contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel.
Oh boy.
Perhaps I need to reconsider. Pooh.
So maybe the beach hut thing then. We'll present that. We'll present the beach hut.
Oh, bums! I thought that was going to take us back. Poop, 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 poop.
No, I mean the last statement.
On the last one, but on
and
the
we
picture.
present the map on that one.
Okay. This is a tough one.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were on the right track, but it's all about figuring out how to present that to the game, the way the game wants, you know. All right, so let's present this one.
Objection!
No. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Definitively. Okay.
Well. So.
Right.
I was there only as an observer.
What is that? Poison article. This picture. Oh! The pen!
Oh, yeah!
It's got his initials on it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Present this on this statement?
Yes, present.
Objection! Oh. Many Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. Oh, my package is almost there.
Oh.
It says it's half an hour away. No, 12 minutes. It just changed from 1 hour to 34 to 12 minutes. So in 12 minutes, it'll be there. Okay. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memos. Oh my god. Shut up about many memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with these recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah! Oh, he's sweating now.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, remember me.
It is a coincidence, I wonder. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.?
No.
Write in Many Memo, R.M.
That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. Oh yeah? Why do you have blue ink on your hand?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! This one is extra horsey.
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency.
Caught blue-handed. Yeah, nice.
The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is...
The icon for the Show You News. Da-da-da-da-da!
Present.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Many Memo-san. Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
Order, order! Explain yourself, witness!
He says order, but in the Old Bailey it's order! Order! It's with an A.
Oh.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
All right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that green tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
Your items have been delivered. Why didn't he not knock on the door? I'm gonna go check to see if it's outside.
Okay. Alex is writing letters of complaint to the BBC. That's what the typing is. Dear BBC, need more bunny shows. Thank you, Alex Tanner. More bunnies. What do the B's even stand for if it's not bun? Television. All allowed.
No, it's a package right outside.
Oh.
How handy. 5 stars.
Is it an exciting package?
It's just some bedclothes. I bought some new sheets and some new pillowcases. So, not as such exciting as much as it is nice and comfy.
Do they have cartoons on them?
No, they are one-colored things.
Oh.
They are boring. But
how very grown up.
Yes, very grown up of me. However, I did decide to shake it up and not have white sheets, and I still have black, gray, and dark blue sheets. So that's new.
Ooh.
All right, webcam back on.
So many of our friends stream with their beds in the background.
Yeah. But I guess that's because people have their computer in the same room as they sleep, which I don't. I have a 2-room apartment, so I have bedroom in one room and computer and stuff in the other room. So
I'm thinking how strange it is that you just see a lot of their beds.
You see people's beds, yeah.
Yeah. It's also really weird that I've been into Bree's flat twice, and yet I've never seen him in there, but he's been there both times, but he's been asleep.
I mean, first of all, it's strange that you've only been there twice. I mean, granted, COVID and everything, but still. And yes, but the second part is even stranger. He's been there, he's just been sleeping. Have you just been chilling with, like, Ravs instead?
Yeah, Bree's been... I see, like, a vague shape, because he's got a massive window to his bedroom. I see the shape, and I know he's in there, but he's
isn't isn't his room that has no window? Wait, no, he has no window to the outside. He just has a window. It's a window to the living room.
Yeah.
God, their apartment is so weird.
Like floor to ceiling one as well.
Their apartment is so weird. Like, no window to the outside, just a window to the living room. And the living room has no couch. There's nothing to sit on in the living room.
They're such boys.
They are weird, the two of them. Their house is weird. You never mentioned this before?
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. Gotta start a couch fund for them? Trust me, they can afford a couch. They just cannot be asked, I guess. They're like, we wouldn't sit on it anyway. It's like, when did people come to visit? You know? Literally at some point, like, Raps is like, oh, I've got a friend over, but they have to sit on my bed, basically, because they can't sit anywhere. It's like, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah.
I think that they're like, at first it was, we won't bother getting a sofa because we're going to be moving out, and then they've renewed the contract, so now it's just years and they still don't
they've just lived there for ages now. Yeah
dear.
All right.
Oh, it won't let me click. Have you clicked?
No, sorry, because I moved the mouse. Oh, go back. I missed what they said because I accidentally clicked. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. Oh, I tapped wrong. Okay, we go. There, now it should be good. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now, under oath, about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, all right. But, on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this.
Oh?
You need to call back the earlier witness. Oh, not him again. Seki Natsume-san.
So, Seki-san?
Oh, yes. According to my notes here, that man... has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
I bet it's nothing.
Why does he have 2 sets of suspenders? No, he doesn't. I'm blind. Never mind. It's the camera strap. Never mind. Many Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something. What is he hiding?
The witness's secrets. I asked the English... Oh, fuck, am I doing both now? Do you want to be... Which one of them do you want to be? You can be Many Memo, because you can do your voice, your 1920s gangsta voice or whatever. And I'll be Soseki-san.
I don't mind. I'm worried I won't be able to do it now.
Well, I mean, you challenged me to do it, and I changed it to something I could do eventually, so...
No, I'm going to try and do your one.
Okay.
The more answery one.
Yeah.
I asked the English lady for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoisms are revealing now.
I was so proud that I nailed Many Memoism every time, particularly when it's Many Memoism I'm bad. And you failed on the first hurdle. Yes, I win.
The first memo. I didn't get the memo.
Wow, Soseki-san didn't say anything. I literally could have just continued doing the voice.
You mean to say the victim...
The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
You're right, love.
That's, true. Yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Is it who stabbed you?
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? Everyone's a yokel. It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the Withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter's claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Yeah, we're about to find out, I guess.
Boom, 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 boom. The witness's secrets.
I can probably do both of their voices, actually. It seems to be mostly
Just want
the
to
judge
say
and you anyway. Yeah, I do like saying Memoism. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss.
Hold it!
Alright.
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life?
That's not the way I phrased it. Many Memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. Can I have the violets, please? Did you murder that woman, please? Have you shot 5 people yet? Yeah, that tone, absolutely, yeah. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm.
It's true. I've never told Alex how many men I've murdered either.
Yeah, that's honestly the safest way. I
As
think
soon
that's
as
part
you know
of why
Spark to go.
why you got married, that you never revealed that, I think.
Yeah.
Keeping that a secret, that's key. That's key. Phew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Right, yeah. A veteran of the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
Hold it.
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett has just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any minimalist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of his damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Saseki-san remained behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaken all over from his head to his toes, mustache twirling, eyes bulging. Much how he's doing right now. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was grasping for air, gasping even, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Saseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. I mean, I've been to London, I know.
Yeah, it's not that good. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are resound in my courtroom, please.
If we please could not resound any sutras, just saying no sutras to be resounded, please.
Taps the sign.
Yeah, exactly. No sutras allowed. No resounding of sutras. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer here asked the women a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from the little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray,
I ran up to beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Saseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will! Oh, God.
What's that?
I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied.
Without sutras.
Without sutras. Yeah.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever.
True, it's very...
Yeah, that is actually a good point. Yes, you might sound stupid asking question, because people think like, they don't know. But if you ask and you get the answer, then you do know. And if you don't ask, you'll never know.
It's true.
It's true. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. Yeah. Yeah. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache because I'm Japanese. I mean, I doubt it, Fel. I doubt it.
Oh dear. Saseki-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Who doesn't dislike all those English people? Am I right? Fucking English people. You know, with their flags and their
lack of mustaches and
tea. Yeah, exactly.
All the time.
Like, I mean, do I need to prove that the Englishwoman I'm streaming this with does not have a mustache? I rest my case.
I mean,
saying.
technically, I'm British.
British.
But I don't know what that means for mustaches.
That's true. Maybe that's different rules.
I'd quite like to have one I could twirl whilst I
Yeah?
talk. Or
I mean,
or a beard.
Mustaches are hard to get. I respect people who've managed to shape them well. Like, it's...
Like
First of all,
Poirot.
not everyone grows them well. Yeah, like Poirot. First off, not everyone grows them well. And second of all, like, actually getting... I guess you need a chunk of product, really. But yeah.
Yeah.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman? Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling figure and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Huh.
That's not good. That's not good.
Ooh.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Why didn't the defendant mention this in
Yeah.
the things he was telling us before, in the 50 minutes?
In the 50 minutes we had sitting around talking, she still
Maybe
didn't
mention
mention
that
this.
She pointed at you before she died.
Maybe mention the fact that she wasn't dead for a while, maybe. That would have been good to know.
Saseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? Okay, well, maybe he's pointing to the back of the thing.
The gap.
Yeah. The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Yeah, the back of the hut where the evil reporter man was.
I love how dainty this is.
Yeah, it's a very dainty. It's a Giselle Brett's finger, you know.
Ooh.
Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say. Okay. Say no more, pal. Say no more. He said fiddlesticks.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction.
Ooh.
Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing.
You say she was pointing at her.
Then why did you say she was pointing at her? But actually it was very different. Okay. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where no one was standing at all.
Do you mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yeah, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. We just said there was a reason to doubt. Yes, the women may have barely been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
Oh, jeez.
No. No! I mean, no.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. It's like Life of Brian.
Yeah.
So, like, are there any women here? No. Yeah. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers' hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we were able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far.
We have no choice. Just solve it, forehead.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhere in those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed.
The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. I really didn't expect her to be dead. I thought she was going to be like a villain or part of something bigger. I really didn't expect this case would just be, oh, she dead. Like, what? She seemed like she was going to be like a big villain, like an Irene Adler type of character or something, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this one will carry on with
maybe,
some...
Yeah, I think maybe this one was the true villain all along, you know?
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know
how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternate theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Rutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
During the stabbing, right back there, yeah.
Yeah.
Because she was sitting on the thing, so it has to be right back there, yeah.
I hope so. Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I am a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett, concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel?
Uh-oh.
You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? Oh, okay.
No, we're good. Oh, it teased us a bit. What?
Order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot I was hiding to get my scoops now. Okay, did he not actually do it? Because he, so far, right, hasn't seen at all suspicious in regards to, like, I'm evil and I wanted her killed. He's just been, like, a journalist and been very... He's not seemed like he's trying to hide anything.
Yeah,
He's just telling a certain story, right?
They want us to think.
And this thing particularly, like, well, no, but that was where I was. Like, if it actually was him, he wouldn't have said, like, yeah, that's where I was. He would have tried to say that he was elsewhere, you know? But they can't. This late in the case, surely there's not a new villain that appears out of nowhere.
Did
it has
the
to be many
detective do it because he was fed up of justice not being
just ice?
Just ice?
That's how Batman has his drinks. Just ice.
Just ice.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Is this like the thing of if you can't see the strange person on the bus, it's you? If you
It's
can't
you.
see the murderer behind the hut, maybe
It's you. Maybe you're the murderer. Yeah. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way.
Ah?
And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Yeah, we'll put this picture and the little split in the middle there, yeah. Because that is enough. So we present that and point.
I love that. The guy is like, well, I easily bent the reeds apart and took a photo. And then we're like, someone stabbed them through it. And they're like, what?
No
This is
way!
unheard of.
That's impossible! Yeah.
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered through from the outside of the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There is no hint of any such thing. Yes, there is.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Ah, of course, yeah. Her mask. And you point to the mask is like, yes, this is where it was. A small stab wound from... Yeah.
Look closely, just here. Enhance.
Oh, we got an enhanced photo version.
In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes.
That's one of those words that basically has a useless A, because everyone says extraordinary, you know? They just skip the A usually.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Extraordinary.
This is ordinary, and this is extraordinary. This is even
this
more
is-
boring
This is
than
even
something
more
ordinary.
normal. This is extremely normal. Yeah. This is so average. Yeah.
The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Write in Many Memo-san. It could only have been you.
No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
What?
Oh.
No, I
No,
mean, we mentioned before that Ray moved, like they swapped places. Ray grabbed her and moved her to the side or something, right?
She was already...
One of them described that they grappled, you know?
Yeah. Of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death.
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. Ah, a stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Ah!
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Member-me-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
So are we assuming then that all of Many Memo-san's testimony is complete lies?
I don't know.
Because, like, he was saying a bunch of stuff earlier, like... But now, like, okay, if you're the bad guy, then then literally, oh, that was probably a lie, right?
Yeah.
Because he got the picture of her taking out the knife by moving aside and so on. We still haven't talked about the fact that the thing might be moved. We've just bypassed that entirely. The idea that like there was no space for it to move, etc. And I think Soseki-san as a witness only came in after. So he saw, and so did the police officer, only saw her kneeling and trying to pull out the knife. So
I find it weird that Hosonaga, the detective, he went himself to go and get help. I think as a detective, you would stay there and you would send someone else to go
absolutely send the goddamn writer, the useless writer. Send him to get help. Don't run away if you're the only detective and leave a crime scene with multiple like people nearby. Like that's particularly if there's a suspect nearby. I mean, come on. Like even if we are sure she didn't do it, she's 100% a suspect, and like Ray has to be taken, under control. You can't just leave a possible subject next to the corpse and run away.
Yeah. Malad says he's not a good detective. He's got a turtle on his head right now. What are you trying to say?
Hold on now. Are you saying that's
the sign of a good detective?
Yeah. We're not shaming people for bringing their pet to work, okay?
By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. Oh, he's going to start laughing again, isn't he?
Yeah. It is. This is absurd!
That will do.
Big. That will do.
It will appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. For some reason, I really struggled with the word admission. Then I was like,
admission of guilt.
Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Member-mi-san, is innocent of the crime.
That was a quick turnaround. It's too good to be true, of course, but...
Thank goodness. I just want to look at the bunnies 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, they snuggle it.
Yeah.
Every day for the last couple of weeks, Fionn gets up on top of one of the chests and she sleeps there, and Jerry sleeps in the castle. And then at a certain point, around 3 or 4, Jerry goes and joins her and they just cuddle there for hours.
Oh, that's cute.
It's just their new routine. I love it.
Yeah.
I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't... But it's not over yet, surely. He's... This growth of hope. Why... Many Memo has to say something, surely. I'm just waiting for the next twist of, like, actually, that's coming any second.
I think
what my growth? My growth of hope. It was not an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I'm hungry and it's lunchtime. He's guilty.
Hold
it.
Get
to read what that was.
I will therefore move to blah, 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 blah.
Oh.
Oh. Well, this is all very convenient.
Not really.
This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals?
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It is a perfectly logical deduction.
Also, he never actually explained how his pen got in there. He was like, yeah, I met her. And it's like, well, why did you need your pen?
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman. Does it? Oh, wait, that was entirely the wrong voice, but it's fair enough.
He's mocking him now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What?
Is it talking about the poison? And then we're going to prove it, say, hey, the knife wasn't actually poisoned.
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? And I'll do your voice for you again. Yes, I'm very definitely evil, and that's why. I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Pratt. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed.
How does the poison get into the body? Where's the thing about the poison?
Does it say it's like
Even
via the mouth, or via wound from poison lace blade?
Because he gave her the pen.
Yeah.
He licks his pencils.
Yeah.
Could he possibly know that she maybe
she does the same?
pens?
Yeah.
Maybe. Did he try to get her to sign something? And then the poison was because he was there at the laboratory where the poison was stolen
Yes.
from.
So I am assuming he knows about the poison. Because literally this is his article. So what's in this article is stuff that he has written. So he knows this. Right?
Yeah.
And so he knows that the poison works either via the mouth or via wound. We found out that the knife didn't have any trace of poison on it, even with the reagent to reveal it, right? So if the knife wound didn't kill her, the poison would have been the killer because she had the people's thing. So therefore, the logical conclusion is, okay, well then it did enter through her mouth. And, like you're saying, licking pencils.
Because he licks his pencils.
First of all, you don't lick pencils. Yeah, I mean, there's also just a simple, I poisoned the wine. That's also just a thing that could have been done, of course. But, first of all, you don't lick pencils. Pencils are like graphite. You just type, and it's like by scratching off a type of, mineral or whatever.
Yeah, why is that a thing that people do the pencil licking cartoons?
Well, you lick pens. Because there's, slightly dried... No, you lick pens because there's slightly dry ink. So if you lick it, it moistens, I guess, or it's get wet, so you can get it started. So you don't get the scratchiness of scratching off the liquid. And then all of a sudden you have your ink, right? Yeah. So you lick pens, you don't lick pencils. I always thought it was weird seeing him tongue his pencil because that
because it's old habit.
Because
he used to write with his pen.
He usually writes with his pen, which is
muscle memory.
Yeah. So when he said we always use pencils, that's a lie. He usually uses pens and he said that just because that's why it's not my pen. It clearly is his pen. Show you RM. It's his pen. He's used to licking the pen, and now he swapped to pencils because he doesn't have his pen anymore.
Yes.
So
I think he did it.
And there was the ink thing was empty in that one. Remember?
And that was tested for poison. Yes.
Was there? Yeah. So there was poison in there. So that's how she died. From either that or it was just poison in the wine. But at this point, if it's just in the wine, I'll be upset because I think we figured out something, So,
I think she had a decorative knife at the back of the hut and she fell backwards into it because a cat got under her feet.
Actually, they just shot her in the head, and then they haven't noticed that yet. So that's it. Yeah. Probably.
I think it's.
Yeah.
Ah.
I think we're onto something here, and I just think we can't really trust him at all. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel?
No.
During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Because the thing is, he still has the blue ink thing on his hand.
Yeah.
So he does use ink pens. Like, it has to be.
Ah.
Oh, I'm manly. Oh.
Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, bottle of wine.
Let's just hope Van Seek saved it like he did the last one.
Yeah, exactly.
Flew
A
over.
bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman with it. I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
I'm so confused. Did he poison her, then run round the back and stab her?
I mean...
What's happening?
Okay, so if he poisoned her and then stabbed her to implicate... But why bother?
I mean, I guess it was to just cover up. He was like, they're arguing. People will hear them arguing. I'll stab her. I'll take a photo of her pulling out the knife. Bish, bash, bosh. Job's a good one.
But
I guess that's it.
then it turns... But why, though? Because then she just get poisoned. Might as well, right? Why bother with the stabbing?
An obvious stabberer. What's the word?
Another stabberer.
Murderer.
But in the trial, it's been proven that like his argument. Okay, maybe he is like the poison thing is like a gambit for him. He's like, oh shit, the stabbing thing didn't work. Well, I'll try to jump on the poison thing instead, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah. Because he's not actually denied stabbing her, has he? He was just like...
No, it's like, doesn't matter if I stabbed her. I think it matters a bit, bro.
Yeah.
Like, just because she was already dying doesn't mean that you're allowed to stab someone.
Yeah. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Ugh.
You
People
claim
are
it-
always with the beard, always.
Imagine who would be like that.
Well, keep getting people coming in and say like, "Oh, Rythian, nice beard," and I'm like, if I was a girl, you come in here, would you say, "Oh, Rythiana, nice boobs"? No one would say that. Jeez, because we all know that beards and boobs same thing.
Yeah, you have to put more effort into your beard, so you deserve that praise. You've honed it. Do you have a beard at the moment?
Yes, I have a beard. I've always had a beard. I did
Since
ever
I was
since
born. I was born with a
since
beard.
I was born with a beard.
They thought my head was on upside down when I came out.
So first I had it. I usually have it really short, and then I shaved it. Then I was like, never again. And then I let it grow. And then at some point I was like, okay, I'm gonna let it grow longer now. And I've always had it that way since because I like it. But yeah, I don't. But where are you going with? So I should get more credit for my beard because I put work into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's like an art form.
It's an art form. I guess so. I guess. I think it's the it's more equivalent to saying someone has nice hair, I think, you know? Oh, nice hair. Oh, nice beard. Yeah. I'm obviously being facetious when I'm comparing it to more blatant objectifying
cleavage
compliments.
of the
cleavage of the face. Yeah. Yeah.
Cleavage for your face.
Cleavage for your face.
Could you? How sturdy are beards? Could you make it?
You can shape them if you put in work and so on. Yeah.
Have beard boobs. Is that a new trend?
I could, I guess. Yeah. Make it so that like it's thick hair but like lighter here, so you get a little cleavage that leaves in here, so you can see this. And then I put my shirt up this way. I mean, I know you're not looking, but my chat is looking this way. So then most of the beard is covered by the shirt, and then you see a little bit of like just teases the outline of the beard, you know.
There you
go. Or not also maybe I don't do that. Yeah. Anyway.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You would explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism.
For a brief moment I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again.
It's just misdirection. If we proved, at the very least, we could prove that he stabbed someone. We shouldn't let that fly just because we suspect that the actual... Okay, fair enough, this is a trial of murder, not a trial of assault. But I would like it to be, we tell the court, I would like to make sure the court is aware that even if this proves that he didn't kill us, which I think he still did, we must all remember that he did stab her. That is something that he did do, and remember that in any future discussions with him. He has not been able to disprove the fact that he stabbed the woman who was dying.
Yeah, he just sort of glossed over it and
he just said, doesn't matter though, because died from poison. It does matter a bit, because what is to say that she wouldn't have died through the stab even if she wasn't poisoned? You know?
Yeah.
Like, you can definitely die from being stabbed, so... Yeah.
Just where is this trial going to take us?
Here we go again.
Complete innocence.
Oh, yes. I stabbed. Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, he's just full on saying it now.
He's just full on saying it now. Okay. So that is such a classic thing. We take like a pause to talk about it. Yes, yeah. But I wonder if, and then we click a button and it literally says it. What the hell? Oh, yes. I stabbed the English woman. And it's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. I'm sorry, what? Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. I mean, okay, fine. I guess you full on just admit it.
So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the screen, read screen.
Through the red screens.
Read screen.
You could blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free.
You.
Yeah, like you. You want to walk free. Someone. Yeah. You tried to stab someone.
And posted it to the police.
Yeah. Oh, this horrible country. Oh. What the hell? What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Blade of sweet justice. As someone who spends his life seeing the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. Yeah, I'm sure you do. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. The pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook.
I still think it's a bit of a crime.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, if someone has been stabbed once, if you then go up and stab again, that doesn't mean it's fine because she would have died from the first stab. That's not how it works. The argument is sound, so no, it isn't. It's not sound at all.
Makes sense to me. That's lunch.
Yeah, that works. I'm hungry. Who's for chicken?
If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
Well, unless he did it specifically to give himself an alibi like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hell of a long shot to be like, you know, I poisoned. Best stab just in case people, just in case I'm like, it turns out that she died from poison and I get known for I can at least say I did, so therefore I did. That's, yes, I'll admit I stabbed him in court. That'll keep me safe. That's a hell of a reach to do.
But then again, you could argue that if he works in a life of reporting on things, he would have knowledge about the best way to cover things up as well and how people go away with things and this sort of stuff.
Yeah, so I guess.
No, to wait around for, you know, to frame someone else for it. Because if he was the last person to be seen leaving the tent before she died, then that...
Well, he was never in the tent, though.
Didn't he go in to interview her?
No, he just heard Soseki ask the question.
No, before she died, he went in to ask if he could have an interview.
Yeah, and he asked, and he asked, like, why did you kill Dr. Wilson? Yeah, you're right.
So I reckon he had to wait around to wait for someone else to go in, so that could frame them. Take a photo.
Or he poisoned and was like, what the fuck? Poison's not working. Better stab.
Yeah.
Like a second.
It takes a couple of minutes for it to kick in.
Yeah, maybe he didn't know how long it took or something.
Yeah.
Or he was worried that she would say something to Ray. Right?
Yeah.
Like before the poison went into effect. And so he stabbed. Maybe.
Yeah.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last!
This is unbelievable. And after I've made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Why is it Kazuma-sama but then Naruhodo-san? What's the difference between...
It's a matter of how much respect and like position of power and so on. Sama, you call someone Sama if you consider them like above you or like worthy of a ton of respect. San is more on an even level, and then you say Kun to someone who is below, usually kids. Like someone is Briony-kun is like little Briony type of thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, you and me would be Briony-san and Rydian-san. But if we were to talk to the queen, it would be Queen Sama or something, you know?
Okay.
That's my knowledge, at least. I'm sure that is very basic and probably like there's a lot more substance and nuance to it, but that's roughly what I know.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's clear that she had some sort of like
respect.
If not crush, but like extremely respectful to Kazuma-sama, but to Naruhodo, they're more on an equal level type thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I guess san is still a measure of respect. Like adding san to someone is like an honorific, but it's not as much of a measure of respect as sama is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Excellency.
Complete Innocence, Part 2. No, it's the same part, actually. We just had a long thing in between. Rithy-san. Yeah, also.
So, you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Bretland.
Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation.
She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions then?
Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Why does she have to pay? If he's to be rewarded for what he's done, the service for the people, why does she have to pay? Come on.
If the crime we were trying to solve was stabbing, and we know who did the stabbing, then he's guilty and she's innocent. I think we just call it a day.
Well, the crime is murder. The crime isn't stabbing. However, I think at the very least, attempted murder. Like at the minimum, attempted murder and aggravated assault. You know?
Yeah.
Like tried to murder and tried to stab and did stab.
And perverting the course of justice because he denied it all.
Yes, exactly. So there's a lot of things to get to him regardless. Even if it turns out, it's gonna be a lie, but even if it turns out that Ray did somehow murder her with Thing, he is no way innocent, even if he's telling, like, if we trust everything he says to be the truth, he is still admitted to multiple bad things and should go to jail.
Yes.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Hold it.
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces, like these. I normally hear them called suspenders. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim.
I guess if you talk about like belt and braces.
Oh yeah?
And called braces.
Because braces, for me, is like you put in your teeth, right?
Yeah.
And then it's bracers, which you put on your wrist and underarm. But then it's suspenders for those things. But maybe it's called braces, another word for it, I suppose.
To be confused with the leg suspenders.
Oh yeah. Goddamn English. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. I guess the thing is, for us, we're here to free Ray. Like, we won't be happy, but haha, got you in prison. Yeah, also so is Ray. Oh shit. Like, we need to get Ray free. So that is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Yes, quite a day, her day of murder. Do something evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. He was trying to rhyme there. It's pronounced reckoning, not reckoning, you scrub.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
I still think we're onto something with the pen. The licking of the pen and the pencil and all that.
For the rest of her life.
True. True.
Yeah, I think it must be that. I think it is in the pen.
Yeah.
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less.
Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. I gotta go AFK for like a minute, so BRB.
Okay. The bunnies have moved. Are they still cuddled? They're still... Oh, no, they're not very cuddled. Oh! Jerry might have heard the call for cuddles. He's Big Spoon. Just curling round her. Now they cuddle for the camera, yeah. They're so snuggly recently, it makes me happy. Look at those little snuggle bunch. Blim 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 blim. Little licks. It's funny how Fionn does pretty much completely close her eyes when she goes to sleep. Jerry, like, even when he's at his most relaxed, I mean, when he's in like a deep sleep, he will start closing them. But when he's like, just like normally sleeping, there'll still be that little bit open, so he can peek out, just in case. But Fionn just seems to completely. She must be content. Yeah, I guess she feels protected by the boy. The bunnies know that they are being watched. Yes. Know they're being looked after. We will all protect them. Should anything happen, we will see. Be the first ones to see. The bunny room is such a mess at the moment. I need to give it a big clean. There's just torn bits of carpet everywhere that I need to replace, and so much hay. It's in desperate need of a big tidy up, which maybe I can do tomorrow. You still arguing about your poor stone. Bless. He's still strong. Even if they're not a boulder, still strong. Look at her.
Are you watching the bunnies?
Watching the bunnies. Fion's fast asleep with her eyes closed, and then Jerry curled up around her. He's like,
"Aww, that's lovely." They're cute little things.
They are. You have to come and meet Fifi.
I do, yeah, I do. It's on the list of things to do at some point. Meet Fion. If nothing else, you'll have to bring him when you come over to visit for TI 20 or whenever, whenever we can have a TI in Sweden.
Have the bunnies have a little holiday. I wish there were bunny holiday places.
Yeah.
I'd love it if I could go to a cottage or something and it had a big pen outside that bunnies could run around in.
Yeah, and they could just do cool stuff. You could bring them, you can how go to a dog park, but for bunnies, but maybe more extensive. So it's a whole thing. You bring them somewhere and they play, and then you bring them home.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that'd be cool. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Oh.
That's Ray, I think. Yep.
Oh.
I can't stand here and listen to this tripe.
Ray.
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. Meanwhile, in the back, Saseki-san's looking weird as hell. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to... Oh my god, Ray! You have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, member Misan. We're in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. I mean, he stabbed someone.
Yeah! Is that not enough? Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom! Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks.
Come on, Judge. I will grant the request of the defense.
Good, Judge. But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean?
I suspected her of being the one who to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. But we didn't search this one.
Who had a pen?
Yeah. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikitoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Ms. Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Sasaki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with the deadly poison. Yeah, wasn't his target poisoned as well? Like the woman, the green woman, she was poisoned.
No.
Or was she? No, she was bludgeoned. She was bludgeoned with the book thing that fell over, or whatever it was. Or knife, or whatever it was, that Joan Gardepp threw.
Yeah.
So what do you mean you had an experience with poison, Sasaki-san?
I'm confused.
What are we misremembering?
Wasn't...
Mr. Olive was stabbed by a fallen knife. Yeah. It wasn't blood, it was a knife, yeah.
Has he...
What is he talking about poison?
Just had
I've had a terrible experience with the deadly poison. There was a deadly poison in another case, right? This isn't the first poison case, I'm pretty sure.
We will find
You're
out.
not missing anything that has not been revealed. Okay, fair enough, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, mystery. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ugh.
Ugh. English. Ugh. Ah, yes, Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut, listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett was conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Oh.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about, he says, sweating. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Well, Many Memo-san?
But that's not a crime, though. Like finding out something and making it in the newspaper. That's not the bad thing. The bad thing was the whole, stabbing thing. As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. The details of the... Oh, I'm not saying this. Details of the poison article have been updated in the court record.
How very emotional. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts.
Wait, what?
I mean, So hold on.
Kirsty just said in my chat, Van Seeks has my balls in a frying pan, and I said to take a moment to understand the context of it.
Kirsty, why? More like cursed apostrophe why.
I still don't know the context of it. So it's just
what is that? What is that?
Just Kirsty things. Hashtag.
Hashtag. Let's just ignore Kirsty. Yes, he's not even here. You don't even have any balls. What frying pan? Everything is questionable about that. It's from LA Noir. Okay. Well, so it's a meme. It's a LA Noir meme. Let's see. Is my balls in a frying pan? I guess, yeah. But wrong game. Wrong character. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I wanted to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
Ha! 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 That's a new animation for him. The point is, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it.
Well, insurance.
Perhaps you doubted the efficiency of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless.
They get very funny about salt in Come Dine With Me. It's seen as the biggest insult in Come Dine With Me. If you
salt before you taste it, yeah.
They ask if they've got any salt. That's a big like, ooh.
Oh, I can't believe they did that. Faux pas right there. Although, it may surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well.
See, that's another theory I had, and I think I mentioned briefly, right? Like, I think, okay, she's dead. But then she was about to say something really, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, my brain is standing still.
I've lost my train of thought, so I can't help.
She was about to say something that would reveal something a lot.
Something
compromising, maybe?
Compromising. Incriminating.
Incriminating, that's the word.
He'd done a badinating.
Kirsty's coming over here to say that it wasn't her. That it was Briony's chat.
Other crusty doggo.
Oh, I see. It was a different doggo. That wasn't you. And you definitely didn't mention your balls. No. It was entirely something else, and you were innocent. Nice try, you filthy pervert lady!
Objection!
Yeah. Big objections.
Hold it!
Hold it, indeed. A different dog of a different crusty nature, but not me. There has to have been a good reason for that. That was you. Never mind.
Oh.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to re-entering the hut. Excuse me. Yeah. Like the when you see the thing. Excuse me. Yes, that's undeniable. I am not Ritaro, come on. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah, yes, that's it. That's when many Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Menemone.
Maybe he found out that, like, oh shit, this is gonna leave a telltale trace of the pupils, or it's like, oh no, they won't know what kind of poison this is, or Like, he found out something about the way the poison works that made him go, oh no, you know. Like, that's not gonna work for my plan. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Glean.
Glean.
Glean. G and L don't go together comfortably.
No? What about glad?
Glad.
In Gloucestershire. In glacial.
Gloucester.
And glowing. And glimpse.
To
No, I think is fine. It's the best consonant with after G. What about gn? But gn just becomes n. It's like why you say gnome and not gnome.
Gnome. Gnasty gnork.
Gnasty gnork.
Wait, have I still? Are we pressing?
We're back at it, and I think we've already pressed. We want to double check we pressed on everything.
We
pressed that one. Yeah. We pressed on that one as well. At this point, I think, is when Ray appeared. So this one we can maybe press.
Hold it.
What exactly were they arguing about? How exactly? Where exactly?
No, I do recognize this one. What happened to us around 9 months ago? The SWAT student girl was laying into things from kid belonging to Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson. Proof of reserve with the medicine. Blah, blah, blah. Right, but it was just jeered. Her case was about Howard basically going free. It was pretty horrible, blah, blah, blah. She definitely wanted to... Yes, a very simple explanation as to why the accused was compelled to poison her nemesis.
Objection.
There's no inculpatory. What?
Yeah,
inculpatory?
that's beyond me. I have never heard that word. Normally, I like, oh yeah, that word that I roughly know, but this is new. Inculpatory. Like if someone is culpable, it's obviously something. So if something is inculpatory, I guess that means that doesn't make you culpable. So it's inculpatory. Is what I'm imagining.
The prosecution is deliberately leading the court.
That's right. And my lawyer will throw you for it if you're not careful. With her Susato, his Ruitaro takedown.
Oh, Ray, don't throw things like that out there.
Let the Yoko student be aware that her humor is not appreciated in this courtroom.
Can't allow the court to be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Ray is the only one who knows what really happened. Okay, so we pushed.
Did we press this?
Yeah.
I think we did, right? Yeah.
And then it goes back to him.
And I think we pressed that too.
So, what can we present?
Right, so... This just got updated, right?
Oh.
Because we figured out it was written by him.
Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military.
Maybe he only knew that the poison was unknown first.
Yeah.
So he was like, if she dies to poison, there's no way to trace it back to me as being one of the people who knew about the poison.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't know about the... Was he with Soseki-san when they saw the poison?
I think so, yeah.
I think he was, yeah. But he didn't know any of the details, right? Except like, it's mysterious and stuff and military, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But then he overhears that, oh yeah, there is telltale signs of this poison. And then he gets nervous because, uh-oh, now they'll know that it was the poison who killed her.
Yeah.
Right?
Should we try this one?
Maybe. What statement are we? If you poison someone, then nobody's going to go and stab the person as well. Yeah. What are the other statements we could check for?
Well, for some reason, do you want to go back on your controller? Because it won't let me do it on the keyboard.
I wonder if it's just pressing left. No? It wasn't left.
No.
Oh, right click. Right click goes back.
Oh. Nice. When I heard the student gather Pom's English, it got my...
I don't think it's that. Why would I have bothered to stab if it already poisoned her? I think it's this one. Well, this one and the last statement is basically the same. Why stab if I've already poisoned?
So should I try...
What's the fifth one exactly?
Fifth one is...
Yeah, this is basically the... Yeah.
Should we try the article?
Yeah, I think we try it.
Objection!
Ooh.
The music stopped, that's usually good.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Member Misan's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Many Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
It's Arnold Schwarzenegger now. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Membami, not Membani.
Yes, very articulately put.
Articulately put.
Articulately.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison.
At which point, Many Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and it couldn't be readily obtained.
Ah, so if it was revealed to have been this poison, it means, that narrows the possibilities of subjects quite a while. You know,
Yeah.
it has to be some of these people that were involved.
Whereas
But if it
anyone
had been
could stab.
any poison, it could have been anyone. It's just like, oh, fuck it, let's stab then, and
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think he set out to frame Ray. I think he just wanted to kill her for a
Yeah.
variety of reasons. And it's like, I'll poison her and then leave. That'll be fine. She'll be dead. No one will know what happened. It was just poison. And I can peace out. But then, all of a sudden, Ray shows up and they start talking the poison. And he's like, oh no, this is a very rare poison. And it's going to be like tracked down to very few people, of whom I'm one of them. This is bad. Let's stab instead. And I can maybe frame this girl.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, that is quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable.
In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah!
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of this oxide we've been developing.
It's like the judge had fallen asleep for a second.
Yeah, what? Sorry, what? Oh, that sounds... Yes, that sounds bad.
What he said.
what they said, yes. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties.
A layperson, yes. A prostitute. Because they lay with people from a...
In other words...
It was good. It was a good joke. We all agree. It was a good joke. Good. Yes.
They
now we can move on.
More than be eggs, am I right?
Oh dear.
Someone like you write in many memos.
Write in. Yeah.
Does he have a belt on? No. He's just braces. He's not belt and braces.
Yeah.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because that's murder and it's bad.
Yes, no one likes murder. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable.
As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
We're now going to get the final twist. He's going to be like, oh yeah? Then how did I give her my poison?
How did I stab her when I have baguettes for arms?
Yes. For example.
No.
Well, and then we're going to have to do the pen thing, I think.
Yeah.
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
So ordinary. This is extraordinary.
This is more ordinary than usual. No wonder that I fell asleep.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant that it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Who just carries a knife in case you just have to do a murder every now and then?
I guess a lot of people. Pocket knives, I guess, aren't that... I think they were probably more common back then. But yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
Even then, these days, people carry it, although usually not that sharp. Sharp enough to kill, probably, though, a pocket knife. I know that wasn't really a pocket knife, though, yeah.
Order! Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... I mean, yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope! There's so much body shaming of poor Ouchie's hair. And of all the things, that is definitely not something to be... Yeah, now it's going to be like, oh yeah? Well, how?
Oh.
Ah! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is under... I don't need a counter-argument.
My burgeoning growth is on the rise.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said, all right.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories.
You did admit the stabbing.
Yeah, but I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence?
Here he goes.
Here he goes, pen time. Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my memos. In my many memos. Hey, every word. Every slip of the tongue, all noted. Thank you, Team Triple Jump, for the raid. Welcome to some Ace Attorney with me and Briony. That's what Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
But recently?
Your
brother?
Poison was stolen from the laboratory.
The laboratory? Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I like to imagine every time she does that scream, she remembers and then immediately follows up with a very manly scream.
There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definite evidence we need. Definitive, even. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence.
Evidence.
What proof have you that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Pen! Absolutely pen.
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Ah!
A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon, I'm sorry? A soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Soupçon.
Soupçon. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
Why was later such a hard word?
I wanted to say latter for some reason.
What does all this talk of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word! Can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you?
Thank you, Nexus Pirates.
By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
More absurdity. That never happened.
True, we've heard that there are procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? Father?
No, I am a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
Tony says, who is out here even prosecuting at this point? Everyone!
Everyone. Everyone who isn't... basically, everyone. Specifically, there for Ray, and who cares? Like, it's anyone else, yeah.
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in this pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness.
That's the voice.
What do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it?
Yes, I poisoned her, but what of it? At least I didn't trip her up.
Yes.
I'm innocent.
I may have killed her, stabbed her, poisoned her, run her over with my car, shot her in the face, but I didn't slit her throat. So what if my pen ink runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? He does have many pens. We were saying before, wow, he's breaking a lot of pens. He has tons of them. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! The pen assault! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. More like many penamo. Yeah. Many penny man. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did what he did with evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Bum, bum,
Must
bum.
literally be this one. Because that's the only item we haven't used before.
Take that. Council, what is in that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Because remember, there is some liquid left in the pen. So now we use that reagent on what's left in the pen, and we will see that it is indeed the poison in the pen, and we know that the pen is his. Ipso facto, cogently, ergo, vis-a-vis, el patio es un cabeza. Bam!
Sauron said, show them your defense attorney badge. I think this proves it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Manimemo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Oh shit! The camera! This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to do this, trying to hold its head aside civilized nation. Bowing his head before it passed, when it took up arms from mighty bed. Fantastic battlefield news. All the images and righteous and feminism is American. Just many. Oh! Susato, with me!
I'm there!
Oh my god! The Susato and Membami takedown combined! Did I do it right? That was the Susato takedown, wasn't it?
Not quite. That was a Ryuto takedown.
Yay!
Whatever my name was.
Ryuto! It was a Ryuto! I'm sorry, who?
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present that he was innocent and we'd got it wrong.
No! We have to go for more.
My bad.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down in the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Manimama-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
Is she having a cocktail and a glass of wine?
Yes, she's having both. What? What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a just system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's what I remembered.
I mean, she was a bit racist, wasn't she?
I mean, yeah, she's clearly a horrible person.
Maybe,
yeah,
maybe
a racist murderer.
Let him off.
well. How about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time?
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up.
It makes it look like his eyebrow is a paintbrush.
Yeah, kinda. You're right.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used another means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
But we know about the Treaty of Friendship.
The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Navigation and Friendship.
Yeah. What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're gonna crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Menimemo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose. I mean, still he's onto something, though. Like,
Yeah.
cover up and all that. Like, yeah, he's a murderer, and he tried to frame an innocent woman, but still.
Who hasn't?
We've all been there, you know.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Rutaro Naruhodo. Oh! Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way there. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it has very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Runosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries, not Ouchie.
Because Ouchie is bad, and he is bald, and he should admit it.
What a stinky boy.
What a stinky bald man, and he's bad because he is bald. Everyone should make fun of him because of his lack of hair. Ha ha ha! Like, oh man.
So, Prosecutor Archie, do you have any final thoughts?
My hair shall grow back! I swear, my hair!
Oh, he's got a knife.
Oh no!
Prosecutor Ouchie?
Aye? Takatsuchi Ouchie of the Ouchie clan. Wait, I gave him an extra name. Have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame?
Oh no.
Oh no. I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism.
Ouchie-ism?
One hopes that the only way in, he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Oh, one hopes that that's the only way he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
I feel like he's taking the wrong thing away from this.
Pretty sure that was a haiku. Ah! No! It has lost my beautiful hair! Oh, everyone is very... This is a solemn moment. Oh my god. Everyone is like, yes, that is a thing that we did.
Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me, son.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you...
Not guilty! Confetti Court... Cherry Blossom Court! Yay!
Crowd goes wild. Yeah, yeah!
Yay!
Court is
Court is
adjourned.
adjourned! 13th August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 3.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Susato! Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there.
Ray and Father.
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too.
When Ouchie took up that knife. Oh, it was so moving. The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you.
Susato, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind.
Caution to the... what?
I'm the great defense lawyer Ruitaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something.
Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. Is there anyone else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not.
Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ruitaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Rutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now.
So, I'll never see him again, then? What a terrible shame. What? That's probably Soseki, I think.
What?
I knew it. Yeah. What is happening?
Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you? Wait, no, you do his voice. Yeah.
Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba.
I don't. This bloody cough. I like how that's just a thing in Japan. And this guy's little quirk is he coughs blood. That's what he does. That's how we make him special. He coughs blood every now and then. That's his thing. Like, oh, okay. Yeah. No! Doubly, oh, it is me. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquires' cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney.
He said the name.
His name drop.
Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum. It was the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan, to be embroiled in another murder.
As always.
And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I am the chief inspector at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less.
Well, I mean, yeah, Mrs. Turtle. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector
Me
Wilson.
too! I feel like he's about to die any second.
I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey.
Oh no! Kazuma-san's nap before he went on holiday.
Kazuma-sama, how is your holiday going now? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year.
Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had an almost unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch nemesis. How likely you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
Can't believe that it's just a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true... Oh...
Oh,
Poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
poor Iris. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
When returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? Oh. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where did that news come from?
That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me?
How did it take 2 months for her to ask this question?
That's really the only
How is that not the first thing you ask when you come home?
Yeah.
Hi, Dad, I thought you were sick. Why are you not sick? Why did you call for me? No. You wait 2 months and go through this entire thing before you even ask it. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Let me go!
Many Memo-san.
So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship.
What? Because
I mean, went on a holiday.
Holiday.
I mean, that's what I meant. Yeah, I meant holiday. Ah! Oh, shit! A judge throwdown! Yeah.
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I have no idea why we have imported Cockney guards in this courtroom, but they're doing a bad job, is what I'm saying.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by.
Is it? Yeah, Eugen Mikotoba, of course. Yeah. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Jigoku?
Yeah, Seishiro Jigoku.
Call me Dave. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? But if that's the case, why did he tease you with saying, that was an awfully bright scream? Remember? He did say that, right? Or was it just Ouchie who said that? No, I'm pretty sure the judge said a few things like that.
He's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, I guess he does, yeah.
Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Just the way the judge turned around then.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Amazing.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. I'll wait another 2 months. When nobody is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikitoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Saseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. By the way, I meant to say, you never cut out anymore on a microphone. I don't know what happened since we played through the first part, but you fixed whatever that was.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah.
Oh, this I have to hear. Please, Saseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikitoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part of my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. Okay, what the fuck? But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in. No, I only remember the one. What?
Of course. I could never forget.
There was only the one, right?
I thought it was...
Oh, are we gonna have a flashback now?
Oh.
We're gonna have a flashback to the second case with the Seki-san. Okay. That happened during the time period of the first one, but not in the first game. Okay. Interesting.
The second one, you mean? The one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first one.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all those curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings. Oh yeah, where he lived.
Heinous.
Yeah. Not, yeah. Oh, I remember that.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seemed I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So now next case is going to be... So I thought the next case was going to be Meanwhile in London. You know, something that Naruhodo was doing.
The mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
Oh,
and having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo-san. Her voice is so interesting. Like a mix between Japanese and English.
Actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in.
Soseki-san.
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
Oh.
Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Aww.
Yours, Susato.
I ship them. OTP, one true ship. One true pairing.
End.
Get out. Okay, fine. We'll end. Fine. Like a command given. Susato's success achievement unlocked.
Ooh. Yes.
Okay.
No.
So, memories of a clouded Kokoro. So that's going to be the next case. So yeah, I thought next case was going to be like Meanwhile in London, and it'll be a case with Naruhodo and Iris doing some stuff, you know? Some sort of build up. And then the third case would be like, it's me, Susato. I'm back in London to find out everything that built up towards like the end. I guess there's multiple cases left, so they can't do everything in one. So this is going to probably be the flashback to what happened, right?
Yes.
So we're not going to have her come back yet.
No.
No, we'll find out. They're more like siblings. Sure, yeah. I mean, they could be. I don't know. Like they are. It's different, the type of relationship they have. I don't know. I just think they're both sweet and they help each other out. And who knows? There has been no indication of any romantic thing. I just think they'd be good together. But that's just me.
It's like, ooh, Phoenix grandma or something.
Well, I guess they're like great grandma. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Of course most people ship Kazuma and Naruhodo. I am not surprised. Like that is the least surprising thing ever. Yeah. Cool. Next case next week probably. I'm excited. I wonder, because if this whole Giselle Wilson thing has been built up a lot. So I wonder if that's going to build all the way to the last case of this game too. Or if it's going to be something resolved earlier. It's probably going to be Van Zeek's next case, by the way. So let's keep Kirsty away from chat to be safe. It's probably for the best. But that's it for us. Hope you guys enjoyed Ace Attorney. We'll be back next week.
Yay.
And also, starting next week,
Oh, yeah.
big excite. Boba has found a mod she wants. I'm going to take a look to see if it works. I'm sure it does.
Also, when Boba wants a mod, is fine.
If you
When
want any mod...
Krobus has a beard, I'm not allowed.
If you... Actually, Krobus has a beard could probably work. Because Krobus doesn't have any seasonal things. Because he doesn't really wear clothes. So, you could probably find a thing for Krobus. There are a few, like, change Krobus to pretty elf man or whatever. And I'm like, what the hell? That's missing the entire point of Krobus, you know? Yeah. Anyway, that should be fun too. Are you doing bunnies on Sunday? Or you do bunny every day, basically, don't you?
Yeah, but I won't do bunnies until Monday.
Okay.
It'll be, I got a weekend off.
Excellent. Weekends off are great.
Yeah.
Imagine Chroma slamming his deck on your desk. Go away, Kirsty. Go away. None of this. Thanks everyone for watching the stream. Hope you had a lovely time. Catch both of us on our next stream. Keep an eye out on our Twitter, etc. And have a lovely time, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.